Hello everyone, welcome back today. Been getting quite a few live streams in lately. It's been fun. I kind of missed doing it. It was a while where I just didn't have time. It was vacation. So it's kind of fun to be back into this and getting the swing of just hanging out with you guys. Um, Today I spent some time, if any of you guys have been paying attention, Discord, we've been talking kind of about like the app model. And what I mean by that is when you create a new app, I'd like this to be, you can just say like, hey, new Comet app, and set a few things up, and then that will be the root of your app. So you'll be able to like start that thing or whatever. And you define inside like a static main that this is the main, this is the app. And from there, we can do all kinds of fun things for you. And the end goal would pretty much be for you to just do all of this inside of this one .NET standard library, kind of like in the .NET Core style, and just say, hey, .NET run, and it'll run natively on that platform. Or you could jump over and do it, have it say, hey, build this, and it's going to spit out an iOS app. Or you just say, hey, debug iOS, and you don't even really have to build anything. Um, so I've been playing with some things as far as like app routing goes, and I'll show you kind of where I'm at prototyping wise. This is new. None of this is real. Hey, Netcody, how's it going? None of this has been coded. This is pure pseudocode. I am just trying to figure it out. So let me switch over to my screen. And yeah, this is kind of where I'm at right now. I'm thinking about going the whole string-based route stuff to where it's kind of like a URLs. The idea for this is URL routing. So if you have a website that links to an app, you'd be able to just say, hey, here's the URL, and off it goes. Kind of like Prism-ish. I'm thinking doing some of that style thing. Um, it's not exactly like Prism, but yeah, you know what I mean. It's that app routing stuff. That's really what it comes down to is app links. I think that's the right name for it. Now you are not required to use this routing stuff. This is totally optional. No need at all if you don't want to. This is no way forced. That's something very key that I want to make sure you understand with this. Also, I noticed my Mountain Dew is transparent, which is kind of funny. In this room, it just makes it black, but because I have nothing else behind me. But it's kind of funny. Kind of like censors out my Mountain Dew. Well, almost. um, but yeah, so you have app links built in if you want them. And this will allow you to do lots of interesting things. One of the things that I was thinking of with that, if you're doing things with this and you say, hey, you has the URL style parameters or kind of that RESTful API, so you can then do like whatever. But whatever value gets put into album/album will automatically get passed into this view. So in this one's going to say, hey, this one should go into a nav stack. And I don't know if this is the way we're going to do this or not. It was just something I was toying with. And I need to also think it through a bit more to where you're like telling more about how the app works. And so these routes can be smarter. One of the things that I did in GMusic, is GMusic on? Old GMusic's not on the simulator. Let me switch simulators. Device, I think I have it on iOS 12X, XR, I don't know, one of those. Oh, I've got multiples of these things. Let's see if any of these have old GMusic. Hey, this has old GMusic. There we go. So old GMusic has this built-in kind of, but not fancy like. The idea is though, I want it to be aware to where when you're building this thing out and you're saying search artists, I want it to know this went into building this one. So if we go here to the root, we should be able to then just navigate in to the albums page and then to the specific album. So then if you press back, it'll go back to here. So we're going to have to teach the navigation about this some way, and I haven't totally figured that part out yet, or even how I want. Right now I'm just trying to figure out the API. That's what matters most. How I make it work, who cares? We'll figure out those details. Let's just build the API we want to use. So that's kind of where I'm at on this. And I like the idea of this where if you say album/album, you do this URL. Maybe we'll do something like this that says, hey, it goes here, Or maybe we can do something to where we can give it a navigation hint that it goes to this one and then in. I don't know. Or maybe it can automatically infer it because of this. Yeah. And I don't even know if I want to do this. Maybe I just want to say it's a new album view. Now, what's cool about this though is this album ID, since I have an album ID state set here with an album ID and I say get this from the environment, it's going to get it from that URL. I don't even have to do anything else. Since those two match, it'll just set this thing. And then I was playing with, like I said, this is all pseudocode. The environment and state stuff works. None of that URL stuff works. And this state change thing is new. It's something I think we might want to build. So the database is going to come from the environment. It's just going to be the global database for the app. And then I'll say, hey, the album. I'll say state changed. Whenever album ID, whenever this thing changes, tell me, and then I'm going to set this album by looking it up from my database. And of course, I'll build out the body. Thoughts on that so far, guys? Does this pattern look nice? I also am going to want to do something with like the root, to where we will say root equals new, and then we'll say like, we can say, what is it called in this? I don't remember what we call it in Comet. The tab view, is it? Oh, we're just going to write tab view. New tab view, and then we'll pass in, I don't know this API. I don't know if it's even really been, the tab and navigation type stuff is not complete. So any of this, at some point while doing this, we're going to flush all this out. So then you'd say like new album. And maybe we can actually say like new tab item. That's what iOS calls it. And then we can say like route equals albums. So that way it knows, since this is a navigation thing. And then view equals, or actually we'd probably be able to just do that. So you can say, hey, this one is is a routable one. New tab item. So navigation objects, the biggest thing with that is I want to make sure that the URL stuff still works. So if we do some sort of navigations, you're still going to have strings, because all of the native apps for anything, no matter the desktop or mobile, you get back a URL. That's how navigation works. It's all URL based to navigate between different apps and to communicate with different apps, as well as to link things from your website or to launch an app. You launch it all via URL strings. So that's kind of why I want to go that route. Thoughts? Like, and I don't want to have all the stuff with attributes to where we do all the reflection to look things up. That crap's expensive and is some of the performance hits that Forms has. So I want to try and avoid some of that. But we could then do something like this equals new settings view and title equals settings. Separate handlers for navigation that's responsible for doing. So with this, you are not required to do any of this URL stuff. We have navigation objects. All that stuff exists. So right now, if we come down, this does not prevent you from doing like, here, let's just keep going with this. New tab view. So you can still say title, who cares? We'll just say view equals new navigation view. And we'll say new view. Body equal, or body like that. And then we can say new button navigate. This thing can now still go like this and say, there's actually a dot, there's an easier way to do this. I can't remember the extension method. But now we can say this dot navigate new view. We can do this. That exists. And that's not going away. So does that answer your question then, Rogi? I'm not ditching this style of navigation. So yeah, this exists and will stay there. Promise I'm not killing that. You want to do this stuff. But I want to be still, wow, what button did I just, oh, if I use my like button 5 in VS Code, I can select funny. That's cool. Oh, it does it with my button 4 too. Hmm. Does it do it with like my middle mouse click? It does. Is it? So I guess it does it with any mouse button that is not right or left. That's cool. Did not know that. Found that on accident. All right, oh, Keycaster is up. Let me just get it over. That's about right. All right, so yes, I want you, yeah. Okay, now where was I on that? So I think we'll want to do something, I don't know, what do you guys think on this? I wonder if that route thing makes sense. To say, hey, this gets route albums. And if we do that, we now know if you're pushing to albums album, we can probably just do this and say, hey, that's going to push there. I wonder if something like that would work. So all of our navigation things can have a route assigned to them. And on this one, new navigation view. And to be honest, I've always wanted an option to like auto wrap this stuff. So like default, like it's very rare on any of these root things that I don't want a nav bar. Like, I don't know. And actually, that API doesn't make sense because that is not real C# code. Something like that. Horrible names. I am the worst namer. All right, and then we would have something like static main. So many hard-coded strings. Yes. When you're doing any URL style stuff, that's kind of how you have to do it. Hey, Jack, how's it going? If you have any other options, I am for that. You'll notice that I did do things like this to where I make this stuff match, so that way I do name of. It helps with the strings. We could do strings are just so flexible. And since we're talking about URL navigation, I don't know how else to do URL navigation without magic strings. But this is only something that a subset of people are going to use. If you don't feel comfortable with these string routes, do this. No magic strings involved anywhere. Yeah, it's true. The usage does suck with it. I agree. But for URL routing, I just don't know of any other option. Not that I can think of right now. But I'm with you. Don't like them. And Jack, yeah, I'm doing good. Just trying to figure out some APIs. Writing pseudocode so that way we can build something fun with it. Actually make this work. So to do this already, there's a couple changes I need to make to Comet already. Environment does not set default states, and it should. So this state can be null. If it can't find an album from inside of there, it'll be null, when it should just be a state with a null value. So I'm going to change that. Also, the state change doesn't exist, so we'll need to add that in. Of course, the app class doesn't even exist. I wonder if, to be true to the way this thing works, root should be a function that returns that, so that way you can do conditional stuff. If then it would allow you to, if you truly wanted, if settings dot what's that? Settings dot is flyout. or new fly out. Actually, let's do this right, not if. Like that. So we'd say, hey, we'll return a flyout, or you have optional items, which I do that all the time. I like to return a list of what options are in there. So my debug builds inside of gmusic always have this console, which lets me know what's going on, and I only include that in my debug builds. And then also, I conditionally reset this thing based on settings. So it'll be nice to be able to say, hey, if this, do that, and then when the setting changes, I'll just rebuild all that nonsense, which is kind of cool. And we can probably do some magic stuff that keeps track of the state and where they are, so that way we don't have to redo everything. Yes, or change the route based on platform. But that's less likely. That doesn't need a method to do that, because you can do this with defines, but yeah. I mean, yeah. But Comet, everything's a method. And the nice thing about this is I'll pay attention to what we use to build that, so that way we can rebuild the route if those things change, which is always fun if it's using a state of some sort. And I get the notification it changed, or an environment thing, because you can trigger this stuff off environment. You can do like view.get environment, and this will check the global for, it'll just say bool my special setting. And then this can take in a default value of false. So you can say if, and then whenever that someone calls view.set environment and does this, instantly everything will work. And let's be honest, just to go back to your point earlier, Rogi, about this stuff, when I do this stuff, I don't like doing it magic strings like there. I always have some public static class somewhere. My URL routing. So that way I'd have like const string. Yeah, public const string song route equals songs. And now this would use that instead. Song route. I can type today. And then I would do the same thing for albums. So then when I'm doing this, it would just be my URL routing dot albums. So I would do that. Passing a date that is limited to query parameters. Oh, data. I read that as date. Yeah. I mean, so you can already pass data around. I have a good example of that inside of one of the samples. Oh, I'm on my code from last night in my stream. Let me switch back to Comet. So you can already do that. The environment is how you can pass things around. And the environment is really powerful that way. So I'm trying to think of this as if I was to start rebuilding gmusic in Comet. And to be honest, we might start that soon. Just start building gmusic in Comet and see what's missing. And that's kind of where I'm at with this app construct. Before I do that, I need to figure this crap out. So inside of samples, there's the audit report. On navigation, I'm just saying, hey, new audit report, set the environment. And I pass that report in there. Or on navigate, do that. And now this audit report is automatically filled out. And I know I mock using interfaces a lot, but using interfaces for things can let us hot reload things really, really nice. And so as we're building gmusic, I might switch to a couple things that are interfaces just to show how I can hot reload anything, not just views, by using environment, which is pretty awesome. If only we had duck typing. If we had duck typing, it wouldn't be an issue. All right. All right. I think I like this. Should we start prototyping this, or is there anything else that you guys think we need for the app stuff? I was looking at what Forms had the other day. Inside of their app, trying to think if there's any properties or things I'm missing. I also plan on eventually having like a new JSON. Like Shell does have navigation URLs. Let's look at their docs. That's a good point. I like that. So Xamarin. Oh, perfect. You're faster than me. Copy link. I think theirs is all done via the route, domestic animals, route. That's actually very similar to what I was just trying to do. Type of. We're not going to go the type of. We're going to instantiate the thing ourselves. Yes, I have looked at how Flutter's doing this. Actually, Flutter routes. They're doing something very similar to what I'm doing. So for this, stateless widget, define routes. Material app, initial route is slash, routes slash equals this, and then second is that one. So it's very similar. They're passing a context around, but very, very similar. And then they have the navigation.push, and you can push a string. And that doesn't exist in Forms yet, I mean in Comet, but would probably need to have that. So you can do push or pop via string or by object. Now, how do you navigate to this? Perform navigation. Shell.current.goTo async. Now, does this switch you automatically to the right flyout? Did I think it said that? I think I just saw that. Hey Dan, how's it going? Does theirs take you directly to, like, if you had it inside of a flyout, does it navigate you to the right flyout and then nest it in? Yeah, we're looking at, this is Comet. We're looking at Shell. We looked at Flutter. We can look at what other things are doing. Nothing wrong with going out and checking what other people do. We're building a new API. I want to see what people are doing and make sure we make good decisions here. So this is the current pseudocode that I think I want to build. And I don't know if I'm missing anything else, or maybe we can add it in later. We probably will have like, yeah, I don't know. I think that's good. And maybe we don't do this because right now, new settings view dot title. We have dot title. Yeah, so this is some of the stuff I pinged you to check out. We were discussing this in Discord yesterday, and I kind of want to just run it by people and then maybe start building some of it. But I'm thinking, like I said, this is not needed for our initial stuff anyway, but I kind of want it to be a first-class citizen. And like I said, this stuff's not going anywhere. And of course, we will add new, I need a comma. Actually, oh, that should not have a, which would be like navigate by route, and the route would be like something like that. So you have your choice of either one. All right. And of course, we would do something like if you try, because this has these routes that it knows about. So if you tried routing to a new page like settings, or if we had something up here. I'd say probably wrong time to work on it. I can get really heavy and increase the learning curve. Well, the nice thing is I'm not forcing this. That's the beautiful thing about this is it's not forced. You still have all of this style. I just worry if I don't think about it now, it's going to be a bolt-on later. And all the docs don't even need to talk about the routing. That'll be say, hey, advanced topics. Docs. What docs? But you missed this since you're just joining in, Dan. Doing this, it'll automatically pull out. If you navigate to this URL, it'll automatically pull the variables out and set them, which is pretty nice. Hey, Steven, thanks for the follow. Hey, this is open source. Any of you guys can work on docs. Trying to think if there's anything else on this app model I really need. Now, to do whatever is going to be the main. I did get a doc. I think I have gotten one docs PR. Was that from you? I don't remember. Someone on Twitter was like, "Hey, there's a bunch of like stuff that you should have for an FAQ. Can I ask you the questions in DMs?" I'm like, "Actually, add issues or send pull requests. That's way better. Let's do this in public. Let's help everybody." I'm all for that type of stuff. All right. Trying to think what to do then. Do I just start coding? So, like I said, my end goal is for you to have an app, and then maybe we would do something like this. It's like, I hate these stupid things. I'm just thinking for like the main app, I want some way for you to specify what the main app is. And then maybe we'll do a static main and I'll look for that and then not use it. Because the main thing is what I want is for you to be able to say, hey, this is all we have. This app model is all you need to build your app out. We'll give some kind of a JSON config file so you can tweak things as if you would for like an info.plist. So you won't have an info.plist. You won't have any of that type of stuff. The app manifest for Android, you won't have any of that either. The idea would be you just have this .NET standard app. You can fill out a config file that'll take care of the additional one-offs for platforms. All of your images, everything will live inside this one .NET standard project. You'll click debug, build, whatever, and you can tell it, hey, .NET Core build -- iPhone or iPhone simulator or whatever command line, and the UI will just do it for you and should just work. Maybe I'm being too overzealous with this, but I think that should be doable. And then if you're just debugging locally, you'll have a drop down inside of your IDE for what platforms are available. So you just have to like debug my Comet app, and then you'd say, hey, I want to go for Android or Android, my Flutter emulator, Android or iOS or Mac, and it'll just do it. And to do that, we need an app. Right now, this will also, we probably need some lifecycle things. We're going to need lifecycle things. We're going to need something for like when the app tombstones. Yeah, I haven't gotten into any nitty gritty details yet, so hopefully it's good. So like public override. I don't know. Launched, or maybe it's on, or maybe start. And that should be a void or something. So like we need something, so like this is where you tell your app to do all your fun crap. It could be done in the constructor, but here's where we'd say, oh, let's like apply styles here. Or say like comet.skia.controls.init, where you tell it to take over all the controls. I am thinking about one issue with that like high level goal that comes to my mind right now. What if you need to override something for a specific platform and you need those platform APIs? We could do multi-target.net or multi-target library so that way you can have like conditional stuff for just that. And then you could do class my app. And this would be like inside of the iOS. This would be like myapp.ios.cs. And we can do something protected virtual void on and we could even have this do like pass in since it's iOS. Maybe even pass in or give this an interface. iOS. Hey, Priminator. I think that's how it is. Thanks for the follow. So you shouldn't have to create the UI window, but we could have this happen now where it says my app iOS launching. Oh, that should not be a comma. That would be like this. And then this will pass in UI window. And then what's the iOS thing that gets passed in on these? Basically, you'd get passed in UI application, you'd get passed in this. I like that. myapp.ios.cs. And then you could even in here do like if you want to do anything to override something. So like text field render dot mapper keyboard style. And then this takes two things. It takes the renderer, not the renderer, handler view, right? Yeah, and then this will give you full access to the native all with one library because of multi-targeting. And it gives you all that if-def stuff. I wonder if we did this, because right now this doesn't give you, because if this iOS app launching, if it replicates all of the stuff needed in the iOS, do we have this as a UI? Sometimes we have these as an interface. Check it out. We can just do that even. I'd have to have a way of, that's interesting, where we could do an interface that sets that stuff up. Interesting, because at some point you may need to override the native stuff, and so I need to, although we could just do the same exact thing, register app delegate, and if you do that, we won't generate one for you. iOS already has that handled. That's interesting. I'm just thinking long-term tooling and things like that. But this should make it a lot simpler for someone new to the platform because most people never have to drop to this level for the first 60 days of working on their app. Eventually, we all make it to these parts and start tweaking things and start playing with things. And this would still let you like initialize like Google Maps.init or whatever. But the nice thing is we should be able to generate based on what you're doing if you're using, because doesn't like Xamarin Essentials have an init? We'll be able to say, hey, oh, you're using Xamarin Essentials, we'll just auto init it for you. So there's lots of things that we can do. All right. let's start building this. I actually might take a really, really quick break, like 1 minute break, and then start coding. All right, be right back.
If I'm not back in 5 minutes, just wait longer.
All right, I'm back. Told you it'd be quick. All right, where are we? All right, so let's start prototyping this now. Or building it. Let me open up Comet. We're going to start a new match. Oh. App model, branch, dun dun dun. dun. I'm a little scared. This is one that's been worrying me, and I have not been like, I don't know how I want to build this thing. How are we going to do it? So I like this. I like it. I like where we're going with this. So add new class. I wonder if we should call it Comet app or just app. We're just going app. It's going to be in the Comet namespace. That gives us Comet app. All right. You want to call it Comet app? Really? Namespaces don't count? I do think I take your point though, Jacob, on like the dot whatever. Yeah, it's an app. This should be an everything app, right? I'm gonna go with app. App is too generalized. Even comment.app, application, I like app. Sorry, I'm gonna go with it this time. Now I do think I am going to cap. You want to call yours be app? That actually kind of convinces me just to be able to say new app. All right, I'm gonna go Comet app. You guys convinced me. All right. Now, I do think I eventually want to go through and take your advice before, Jacob, of where we go through and we do, like inside the iOS, we do like these handlers to where it's like abstract control handler .ios.cs. I do think I like that because you brought up some good points. Yeah, we'll just do Comet app. I get it. I'm okay with that. Yeah, I always name mine something like my app. I like so that's what I'm always going to do that. I'm always like, this is mine, my app. I claim it. So, all right. So inside of here, no, this is going to be static. Static dictionary. For now, we're just going to make this a dictionary. String. Really? It's mine. I always do it, but yeah. That's funny. All right. Func view. All right. This is, and I know you guys said probably don't start with routing. I'm just throwing that in there because it's the only class I have done. And all right, routes. It's true. Funny, I don't work much in the enterprise world anymore, which is funny being at Microsoft saying that. All right, and I didn't make that public for now, so that way people can't, we can make it public. I think we'll just do that. That way if you clear it, it's intentional and it's on you. I'm not even against people overriding it, to be completely honest, because it's your app. And we'll let you just pass in your own dictionary because I like that syntax. I can't just do. No, there's like no merge or something. It'd be cool if there was. We'll do routes dot. Let's bring in system dot link. For each routes. Now I need to do on these routes. Though, are you going to diff them so you have view? No, I want to keep the existing navigation stack. That was one of the things we talked about. If it's possible and if it's obvious. So going back to our sample, since we know that this tab, its route is albums, right? Album/album should go to this tab, switch tabs for you, go to, it'll probably have to pop to the root or pop down to albums and then push album on top of it. That's the goal. Now, if you opt out of things or you have something that we don't know about, like let's just say I'm going to have in here my console, right? Oh, that's funny because this is not the right syntax. That's one thing I like about doing stuff in VS Code, this pseudocode. You don't have to have valid syntax and it doesn't look ugly because it still formats things right. All right, so, and then here I'll say new navigation view, and I'll have new console view. All right, so now if like this button, here if I navigated, it would do it from this view's context. But let's just say we had an app route come in to where it comes in from like here, public void URI, URL. We'll do all of our fancy pattern matching, blah, blah, blah. And we find out that it's this new console view, right? Console view is in no way tied into this. It will do new, it'll just navigate. I was thinking at that point we would just modal it as the default. Maybe that needs overwritten. Maybe you just navigate from the view you're in, but that could put you into a weird place. So I figured at this point, found unknown root, we do a modal. Right? Does that sound sane to everybody? So it sounds like sane defaults. That's the idea I want this is sane defaults. Documented defaults, but sane defaults. So it's like it kind of does what you want it to do out of the box. We've been doing a lot of work in Comet. But yes, where you navigated from. If you did a navigation from a button, we know where you want to go. You're in this view. Just go. But if something comes in global from like the app open URL, say you're on your website and it's a shopping app and you did something where they're like looking at like their orders and they say, hey, do you want to open this and view it in the app? When it opens the app, it will then push a modal to like recent orders or whatever. And you can dismiss that and then go back to the state of the app you were in. Right? So if I navigate from a tab view, it should be modal. But if I'm navigating from a tab view that has a parent navigation view, but yes, I completely agree with you. That is from this state, right? Hey, KL Codes, thanks for the follow. I agree with you, Dan. So in this case, this one is going to navigate and just push it into a modal. I mean, into a navigation. If this wasn't in a navigation, it would modal it. And it's going to follow that rule. Completely agree. That's for you were inside the app, your code called navigate. It's going to do that. Um, but then inside of like an outside app URL, it's going to try and do things. And actually, I don't always even agree with that. We might need a parameter in here that lets you tell it to go to a global navigation. A great example of this is inside of Gmusic. I like going here because it's got all the good examples. I can click on here. There's nothing playing. How's that? All right, here, pause. I have go to album, go to artist. If I tap this, it navigates appropriately. You'll notice I was on the song screen. And if I do that again, go to artists, that's what it should do. That's interesting. Having an option like that to force modal. Yeah, we can throw in known parameters like that. That's a good idea. But back to my point here, I think that by default, if you're doing a navigation from here, from inside of a view, you click on a button, it navigates. By default, it's just going to push it either modal or by pushing it based on its current stack. If something comes in global, like you're doing a global navigation, which is what this does. This is a global navigation. I actually send it to my app model and say, hey, go here. The reason is I have it to where I don't have a website, but I do have app links enabled. So you can actually control Gmusic via launch parameters and stuff, which is kind of cool. But I allow that. And it's how my launch buttons work too, is by enabling those same type of things. So if it goes through the global app one, it will check and say, hey, does this exist in the routing table? Okay, I know how to get here. If it does not exist in the routing table, then it's going to modal it. So in the current navigations routing table, switch there and push into that stack. Else, right? That sounds like a sane default to me. Because if you're doing it from a button, you always want to continue where you're at. Global navigation is the place where it gets confusing. Those cans go too fast. All right. I like this. I agree. I like where this is going. Let's build it now. Let's keep going with it. All right. Routes pair dot key. No. Totally thought I started keeping key equals pair dot value. All right. I don't even know if I need this one. I just like this, so that way I can do the new that like fancy syntax like I did here. I like this, all being done as one, and I think that's cleaner than just doing like routes dot. Because yes, you can do and just list those things out, but I find that syntax ugly, and I like it happening as like one thing. I did it. I don't know. Personal preference. So that's what I'm going to enable. All right, we're also going to need public virtual void. What do we want to call it? Do we like launch? Do we like start? Do we like kill the statics as far as that routing dictionary? Maybe. And actually, to be honest, this doesn't probably even need to be static. because we're going to have the app.current. So I don't think that should be static. I agree on that. It shouldn't be static. Now, as far as yeah, maybe we will switch to something that lets you handle the navigation and the routes. And there's nothing from keeping you from injecting in something anyway, because I'm still going to do like public virtual void on navigate. And so when those routes come in, you can intercept those. I am a big fan of letting you change things and not being stuck. You'll notice there's nothing internal in this entire thing. There is an internal folder, but it's public and it's inside of comment.internal. So I am intentionally making sure you have access to everything you need. Okay? I very big on that. I don't want someone to be like, "Oh crap, I have to clone this thing and change one line of code because I need to do something weird that doesn't make sense in the default framework." So, that should never happen. Should. Now, doesn't mean you should never clone it and change a line of code and send a pull request though. Highly encouraged. Highly encouraged. Also, I think sometime um, so I'm totally thinking sometime next week though, I want to do kind of like an intro to Comet series. Right now, I mean, some of you guys have been hanging out for a while and been playing with this a lot, but I want to do like how to get going on Comet, how to contribute, and I'm going to do it next week because I get a new mic and hopefully I'll sound a lot better. Not so tinny in this crappy gaming mic. So at that point, I want to do like a getting started with Comet. Here's how to build a control and have someone like go through like how to build and interact with the controls. Here's how to build a Skia control and do them in kind of, I might do it in one stream, but I'm going to do it in such that I can edit it. Yeah, I'm going to get like the boom mic and I've got a Rode Procaster coming and a proper mixer. I'm excited. But I digress. I want to do that so that way there's like an intro that this is how you contribute to to Comet because I really want to make it easier. And over the break, a couple of you guys did work on building Comet controls and submitting them, and everyone's like, I have no idea what I'm doing. So let me say, hey, there's a video, and then maybe we can make some documentation off that video. All right. So yes, when I get a real mic, I will do that. All right, public virtual void. What was I doing? Oh, right. Names. Do we like the. What does Forms call this? Do they even have that for their app? What life cycle events do you get on Forms? Be early, but you'll be streaming with. Really? Nice. Yeah. I offered to help Michael with some of his stuff that he was trying to do, and it hasn't worked out yet. I'd love to join his stream and help him out. That sounds fun. What time? You say early, but what time? Oh, it's a Saturday too. All right, so this has like an on app link request received. See, we're gonna have that thing. So they use resume, sleep, start. Do you guys like those names? Is it just due to familiarity? What does Flutter? 9:30 CST. That's 3 hours. That's 6:30. We'll see if I don't think I'll be up by 6:30 on a Saturday. There's a chance. I have kids. They tend to sleep in on Saturdays. It's great. All right. Or would it be notifications? Android life cycle. I'm just wondering what they call things. All right, so they have this app life cycle thing, init dispose. Did change. Okay. And they have inactive, paused, resume, suspending. I don't like those names. None of the six of you or nine of you that are watching have have any ideas on naming this, huh? No one cares? Oh, did someone like fix the naming or do something better? I'm wondering naming for the life cycle events because we're building life cycle events. Life cycle events for the application, like the app resumed. Do you guys like how forms is just like on start, on resume, on whatever? Yeah, I don't think there are any conventions. Everything calls this differently. Apple calls them crazy stuff. Finished launching. There's on resign activation, did enter background, will enter foreground. On activated, will terminate. Forms is missing a few. As you can see, Apple gives you a lot more. I don't know if we'll get all of those for all platforms, but we could then pass them along in succession. Like, we'll do this. By the way, we're doing it anyway. And send the next one right away. On start and on resume. The idea with that is this the first time the app was launched versus did the app just come back from tombstoning? Hmm. All right. Let's start with public func view. And actually this contextual object. Yes, the problem is documentation is very lacking in this so far because I'm a one-man army, and while I get a lot done, if I'm too busy documenting, I'm not coding. So create, start, resume. Pause, stop, destroy. Interesting. I'm not against those. So I don't know if I like the stop and pause is interesting. Yes, there's a couple different tools, but my code's not very well documented either. But yes, there is monodoc, and monodoc. I believe the latest stuff from the Visual Studio, or I mean all the Microsoft documentation, I think a lot of it has been powered by monodoc lately. I know when we were joining over, there was a bunch that happened with it, but it lets you do a lot more stuff. You can add stuff specifically for the docs inside of it. Monodoc, there's something with it with monodoc and generating the. Thought we had something. Generating documentation, but it spits out some XML that gives you lots of good stuff. But I just haven't taken the time to do that. And I can check if we're still using monodoc. I know we were as of a year or two ago. I haven't kept up with what our doc stuff does. So I should check and see what we're doing inside of Microsoft, because that would match. All right. But somewhere in here there's a thing on build. Why is that not switching? Now I've lost. All right. Saving. Oh, wait. That window is what was blocking things. All right, let's go back to Comet Mac. Yeah, I do. I agree. I really should spend a couple days just working on documentation. But it's so hard when there's so many things to build. There's so many things I want to build. Close others. Okay. And did I miss? Why is this complaining? There's also doc. Okay, there you go. Yeah, I need to do some of that stuff. I'm just not there yet, unfortunately. Okay, is that what they're using now? I think Forms is too simple. Android is a bit too much. I like. Yeah, Flutter has that enum. I like that, but at the same time, I hate when you get like void on life. So let's go to here because I can prototype better. I'm kind of against the Flutter way because the whole void life cycle changed enum foo. You're all like switch, and it just makes your code ugly. You know what I mean? I think that's ugly personally. I would rather have a different event for each of them. All right, so let's come up with something. If forms is too simple, we need to have one for the initial. Uh, does that let you know it's a life cycle? Maybe we do the on. Yeah, I like the on. On init, on destroy. You like the idea of pause better than stop? Because you may be killed, you may not. Hmm. All right. So init, start, pause, destroy. So the question is, if I make this protected, I'm going to need an interface. And then this will have void. See, that's so init. Um, init, start, pause, um, on stop. That's what, no, we didn't call it stop. We called it on destroy. To be honest, do we need it as the on destroy or do we just do dispose? Yeah, I'll see. If the kids wake me up, I'll definitely join. What do you guys think on that? Should we just do on dispose? We already have on dispose. Uh oh. Did I just only add that to the view level? I thought I added it to this level. You already get that. This is the app is dying. I liked the model that Android gives you, right? You launch. I copied the name from Android, but it's basically we have a init. We're only doing this one. Then we're going to pause. And then we're going to destroy. And of course, it'll do the whole list loop. Always going through start. Okay. Yeah, I wonder if we do dispose. Mm-hmm. All right, we're going to do dispose. Actually, we're not going to do that. Yeah, we will. All right, so we're going to do context bound. Is it context? Which one does view subclass? That's what we want. That's what I want. All right, so we're going to do something fancy here. I really like this pattern. It used to have a thing to like generate all this cool crap for you. Does it not still have all that? Let's try this really quick. Ah, here we go. Implement interface with dispose pattern. That's what I wanted. We're not gonna need that. I just like this. All right. All right, so now we have our dispose stuff, which I really like. And yeah. Now it doesn't shout out I have those. All right, now we can do all of these as protected virtual void. Maybe ditch on start. The problem with, oh, and I'm okay with renaming it to resume. The problem is, do you get that resume? Does it always get called so the first time through you get called resumed? Maybe we can make our smart so it won't call that. We can probably be smart and say, hey, if this app's not resuming, don't call that. That could be interesting. Right, but I'm saying the OS, we can't tie them 100% to native calls because they always go through that. I think start, then on resume gets called every time. right? Am I wrong on that? I thought it does that. All right. Oh, wait. Okay. Now here, this is going to go. Um, we just renamed that. All right, rename. There. Now no one can call those. That's what's cool about doing this style. They're there, but you can't call them. All right, let's do that. All right, so now we have life cycle events. We have it started, we resumed, paused, and dispose. All right, what else were we trying to implement from this thing? Oh, right. We need to have a thing in here now. So public void, oh no, void. Do I want to do, I'm just trying to think if I was to, view. If I was to subclass view, we're going to do that. Now I don't need any of this dispose stuff. Because we're going to get all that for free. Now what that also gives us for free is it does change this. Instead of being root, it's just going to be view. But it's just going to work like the way anything else does. So we can add in just thinking this through. I'm wondering if we should add our own app delegate. Like an iOS app delegate or a Comet one. Now we technically don't need these. We could be clever and just swizzle them in on iOS and get them no matter what you do. Maybe we'll just go with this though. This should be fine. All right. And I'm wondering how we want to do all the generation stuff so we never have to build this I don't want these samples to be like bam. I just want it to be comment.samples. Then we do everything else for you. So I'm trying to think how to do that. We could make the Comet sample have like default folders for iOS, Android, and all those and make it smart to where it figures it out and just copies those in before compiling. No, not copies them in. We could allow a resource thing in there, which aren't really resources. This is tricky, guys. Yes, this class we built is inside of Comet. It's in the core. So what I'm working on is an app model. So we can say like, hey, look, we have my app and we have some routes built in. And now instead of this, we're going to say view. But my view equals tab view, new tab item. So that way we're going to have like a platform and we're going to be like platform, because right now on iOS samples, we do all this stuff, right? Where we can just, and we're still going to allow you to do this. I don't want to lose this. Right now I can say, hey, new main page.toViewController. Cool, right? But instead of this, wouldn't it be nice to have like new my app dot run? Like that's way the heck cooler. And maybe we don't even need this app delegate. So that's a great question. I haven't even thought about Blazor yet. So um that's a very good question. So with Blazor, in these lifecycle events, I'm thinking more about Blazor when we're doing just kind of run this thing as an app using the, trying to remember the name, like a WASM thing, right? So we're gonna compile this down to WebAssembly. When that happens, it's gonna be like a progressive web app at that point, okay? So a PWA inside your browser. At that point, you kind of do have some of these lifecycle events because if we're doing our navigating around, I wonder how we'll get the unload and stop stuff because I don't even know how that works. WASM lifecycle events. Okay. Yeah, to be completely honest, I am not that up to date on that type of stuff. I'm going to go into Redmond in a few weeks and talk to some people and hopefully get some good advice on that. There's nothing inside of it, like a being told you're being loaded or unloaded or anything like that. The thing is, we're going to have some JavaScript, so we'll know when the pages leave and whatnot. Like I said, this is something that I really don't know enough about. I am. I need to learn more of this stuff. I really do. Yes, there's a Blazor app demo coming up, and that is different than what we're talking about doing when we're going to Blazor. This is using Blazor to go down to native. I think we've talked about that stuff. Hopefully, I didn't spoil anything. Yes, that's different. That's going to be easy because it's Blazor running on a device. So, of course, you're going to have lifecycle stuff. The lifecycle stuff is going to be odd. Hmm. Maybe the lifecycle stuff is just an interface. And we don't, on iOS and stuff, you're going to want that though. You always, always will. But if it's just an interface, you can tie it on there. And if you have it thrown on, I don't know, thoughts on that, guys? I mean, Blazor already has some issues, our Blazor support, to where the navigation doesn't really know when things left, and it's actually causing crazy memory leaks. Hmm. Well, that's hard to say because you missed the beginning part, Livin, and kind of the idea of what I want to do is you don't have other projects. You have one project. You have Comet. You have a Comet. So in this case, once we're done with this stuff, you'd be able to delete these three projects. You don't even need them. You would have a Comet app, which is going to have stuff. You'll say, "Hey, new Comet app," and now it's just going to run. You'll be able to run it on iOS. You'd be able to run it on Android, run it on Blazor, run it wherever. Now, some of these events are going to be easy to fake. On a net, on resume, you're just going to call those, or on a net, you're just going to call it. You'll probably never, ever, ever call on resume then, because how do you pause WASM stuff? You don't. And you'll never get called stop on those either. But we probably, I wonder what happens with the .NET WASM stuff when it gets shut down, if a shutdown event's even called for you to call stop. That's the question I have. Because there has to be some sort of cleanup, but do you ever get notified of it? That's what I'm unsure on. Because if we get that notification, then yes, you will lose these middle ones, but you'll get the init and dispose. Maybe you'll never, ever, ever get dispose. I have no idea. All right, we're going to keep going with it is how it is, because that's something for me to learn. And I still haven't even figured out, like, I've been meaning to look at that, the Blazor navigation stuff, and see what I can do to fix it, because it doesn't have what I need. We don't need that. All right, let's start there. Oh, does Blazor have lifecycle stuff? I searched for WASM. I should have looked for Blazor. So there is an uninitialized. Is there, that's the set after component render. Is there anything for when it's, oh, there is disposal. So we're getting disposal stuff, guys. We'll have lifecycle. So yeah, we'll get start and we'll get stop. There is no pause. It doesn't make sense for Blazor. So I think we'll be fine just never ever calling those. Right, at the component level is fine because everything's technically going to be a component. And also, if you're doing the WASM stuff, some of the stuff still might be running. You can still run some stuff in the server with the WASM stuff, can't you? And then in that case, you'll know when it disconnects, clients disconnect. So yes, there'll be some funny stuff to do with state there, but I think we're fine. Component level is actually what I need to hook into. I really need to hook into this stuff anyway. We're not doing any of that right now, and it's bad. So I'm going to do that soon. All right, I'm fine with that. I am fine with that. I'm now trying to think the best way to work with this. Do I? Let's be crazy. So on iOS, On iOS, let's add in into our extensions static run this Comet app. Let's do this. Now am tempted to, and thanks for the help, guys. This is a lot of help when you guys are Googling things for me. Because I don't always search for the right thing. This is awesome. Thank you guys. Now on iOS, we can do fancy things, so we don't need our own app delegate, but we're probably going to create an app delegate anyway. Just so we get those lifecycle events. What do they call this thing? Oh, it is UI. I'm not getting any autocomplete because I haven't added usings. All right. So let's go into here. And we can do public. I like that. No, we're not going to do one with. Override. So let's go just grab some of this. All right, actually, we will do this. If we look at this one, I do think I want to go as far as auto typing this. Since this isn't required, if you are going to go this route, actually, maybe we do this public abstract class. Do you guys like this? Just doing protected abstract. Um, Now, most people aren't going to subclass this thing. This is just for people who, yeah, who want to and who are going to do this. Like we were saying before, we're going to allow people to throw things into like an iOS thing to where they can do this thing. And then they'd get their own. So protected abstract Comet app. Oh. All right, so if we throw that in there, I should have the nougat added here. Let's add the nougat. Oh, I can't have that in my own. To get that linked out, we can't have this in our own stuff. We can do the UI init. This stuff all won't go here. And then we will go I like it, I like it. Root view controller equals. I wonder if we do like app.run, which will create that window. Maybe we just do. I think that's all we need. We don't need that old junk. Oh, and then we're also going to call app.init. Oh, app as I application lifecycle. Perfect. Now we can do override on resign activation. Pause. Oh, we're going to save this to public. All right. And we will also probably throw in here void set current app. Also need to do on exit or quit is just going to be the dispose. So we're going to get those. We do need to do on app link. That is correct. On app link URI. Hadn't gotten there yet, but you are correct. We definitely need that. But yeah, we won't need the quit or exit. That's just going to be the dispose. So we should hopefully be good at with all of that. I hope. That's the plan. On I think I like navigate better than app link because that might not be an app link. You could call that navigate inside your own app. Oh, I'm less. That just happened from the rename. I think originally it was in order, but I get you. Oh, no, I just went with all the starts. Okay, I'm okay with that. I went with all the starts and then the stops in order. I'm okay with that. And then on navigate. All right, so now we'll do. All right, void I application lifecycle dot on navigate. And to be honest, I might make this one as like a public. I don't know. I like that more because why is that complaining? Unexpected. What's wrong with my code there? Wait, okay. Drop URI, just passing parameter. Oh, that's true. I don't even need to do that. I can just go like that. But that still is complaining. But either way, oh, I don't have the set application lifecycle. That one's needed. When I application lifecycle dot set current app, we're going to have public static Comet app. That way the masses won't ever see this. Oh, navigate. No, that'll be fine because it's a URL. So that's, yeah. All right, so current app. Why is that one complaining though? That one's only new. I didn't. Oh, I didn't need. I had that. I get what the problem was. Ha. I still thought you could just do the other way. All right. Sorry. I know how to code. I promise. All right. So now we've got the basic stuff set up. Let's set that all up in our iOS app delegate. Um, hides inherited public. All right, so now what we're going to do is override resume on activated. Actually, no, that's fine. Resume. And we may do something in there at some point where we parse crap out. We're going to need override. There is, what's the one where it kills the app? Will terminate. Actually, I want to do the will enter. On resign, there's all the will. I want those ones. I really like this pattern of doing that interface where nothing's publicly implemented on it because, yeah, it's just awesome. All right, dispose yourself. Override will enter foreground. Which one's foreground is when it's coming back into focus, right? Foreground called returning. Yes, this is the one I want. So tell you before it happens. That way you can set things up. Override, is it background? Yeah, you want to tell them before. Do they not tell you before they go to the background? It's just I'm there, which is fine. but we want to tell them before you come back, so that way you can finish setting state. Right, I think that's all we need. So now what we can do is delete almost all of this. We are going to leave that there, leave that there. And then we can return. What am I thinking? We want to return base dot finished launching application launch options. Lights are flickering. Now we're going to change this to be Comet app delegate. And I'm actually ditching all this stuff for now. Yeah, we can leave it there. It's not doing anything. All right. Yeah, I don't want the flicker. Life cycle order matters. All right, now it's going to tell me to implement abstract class to return this app. Now I don't have an app yet. We need to go to sample and build one. Add new class. Sample app. I didn't call it my app. Are you guys happy? And now with this, let's do I thought it was body we can call. If it's not, oh, body equals. Yeah, I know C#. All right, that looks good. So now we have a sample app. We can go to app delegate. Not that one. And we will say new sample. Stop. All right, iOS should work. No, we're on Android. I want to start my simulator. I wish you could cancel starting these simulators. We've already started this on Android anyway. Oh, right, I started on that and don't need that now. You know, I'm not against that whole app.run thing though. That was the initial thoughts, was to do something with like an app.run. Which simulator are we using? And then maybe we start playing with this and building out Gmusic a little bit. Wonder how hard it would be. Why don't I see anything? What did I do? All right, I broke something.
Samsonite. I was way off.
What did I do? All right, let's go dig through this. Let's actually look at the iOS extensions. All right, so the view is Comet Sample App. And it's going to go get the main page. Yep, all right, see you later. Thanks for hanging out and helping. All right, so it's something with and actually we do want to change our app. All right, so let's do that. Navigation fixed it. That shouldn't matter. And actually the main page's built view is a navigation. So I shouldn't have needed that. This is the most I've ever nested it. A view inside of a view inside of a view. So I wonder if inside of here, where I do this get built view, let's see what that does. No. Oh. Still not. We got a navigation that time though. So this goes through and does all that. This doesn't do anything at the built view. What in the world? So at some point, oh, new Comet view. What's that do? Sample app. This is giving us a list view handler. And where is our list view? Let's check out the inspector. This is a tricky one, guys. No, there's a window because there's a navigation. Where'd the list view go? We saw a list view. At least I saw it created. I thought I did. Alright, so it creates the navigation. And then this view controller. That current view. And its content. It's not ever. This is a really, really tricky one. So the problem is I created an app, which is a view, which has a body. And it's going saying, hey, this thing needs to be a view controller, which is what it's supposed to do. But then this current view is not jumping down through the built view stuff. So when we set this, when this goes through and does its thing, it does this load view, right? View container view equals starting current view. When this thing gets its view set, it goes through and does virtual view.get or create view handler. This thing, I think, should be using I wonder in here, view equals null, return null. All right, so we have a handler. Handler equals null. I wonder if here we do, let's stop this. Dot built. All right, so now our, I think this is the issue, equals view dot built view, and we do this. The problem is when you're nesting these things down, they get built out. And so there's a view with a view with a view with a view. This view really can't do crap. It doesn't need to because it only cares about its body. So anything that has a body is saying, hey, this replaces me. I'm just a container, like a navigation or a custom view. When I do like this my main view or my main page, this main page, it only wants you to render this stuff because we say, hey, look, we have a body. This is all you care about. So that's what we need to make sure we do. All right, so let's press play again. Curse it! A breakpoint right here. Totally thought that would work.
You ever get tired of being wrong? I do. I really do.
I had all these buttons. I never use them. When does built view get set? I might have to call something first. I think there's a get view or something. Get render view. Yeah. Get render view goes and does this. Built view equals that. All right, then right here I say if built view is not equal to null, return built view dot get view. Now, why is that? I have an extension for this, don't I? Yes, I do. See, the one internal thing, there is an extension. So now inside of this, is this using, I can now, instead of doing that built view, that's going to handle that for me. I think. Let's hope that doesn't break everything. Sample pages dot main page. That's a different page. That's right. Isn't that supposed to have a title though? Totally thought that was supposed to have a title. App needs to be handled differently. So what we will do is here, It's a view right now, and that might be a mistake. I did view, so that way it works a little differently. I mean, it works the same, but that just really screwed me over. And I fixed, I think, the issue. But that issue could show up elsewhere if I didn't just fix it like I did. But here, if the view is the app, I don't think I want to use it as the view. I think, yeah, it's a view of a view. So the app title should not be what goes on the navigation, right? It shouldn't but that's what it's doing. Which this one's an odd case because it's not like it's a tab bar. It's just a single view, but it still should get it from that page. This is what I get for what I could do. Actually, I know how to fix this then. Let's go to the app delegate. Comet app delegate. Using comet.internal app.getView.toViewController. That's the real thing it should do. That's right. That would have fixed the old thing too. So just like forms? What do you mean just like forms? In which way? Hey, check it out. I still love playing with this little control. It's so playful. I'm glad I built that one. I was even running this on like a really old crappy Android and it's still fast and responsive. I still need to add the swipe though. You can't swipe! What was I thinking? Alright. So when you say it's just like forms, I'm not sure I follow. So in this one, I'm not sure if I like this protected create app. App is a view. In Comet, everything's a subclass is view. Where in forms does not do that. It's its own thing. I did that for convenience, and that might be a mistake. We might need to refactor that. And like I said, my end goal is to ditch you ever even needing that app delegate. What I will eventually do once I finish tooling is we will ditch this sample, these projects. We will then auto build an iOS app for you based on the sample you provide and some configuration stuff. So that way you can change all the iOS native stuff you have to and what else and never have to deal with it. I think. Or you could just add your own iOS app and then do it yourself. You have either option. But I like the idea of you not ever having to. Just thinking on that. All right. I really think we start. What if I built G Music? I'm tempted. That might be a next good step. Yes, I'm going to my own wiki. Actually, I need to update this. The new target, I have not done that yet. The new target creates an Android app for you too. I need to figure out how to do that. Doing it, guys. What? I might not have done this since I got my new laptop. All right. I am going to change this quite a bit though. Where's the solution file? Just going to do this really quick. I need to update that template. All right, so now that we have that, that's going to be wrong, but we're going to go... Actually, I don't like this location. We're going to close this. We're just going to move it to my root projects for a couple reasons. All right, so we are going to delete this. And we're going to go add solution folder. We're going to bring the Comet source in because it's a hot mess. Let's do add existing project. Let's add in Comet. I mean, our root project. Let's add in the iOS one. I must have done the wrong thing. All right, so now it's into Comet. Add existing project. This is the fun part. Comet source. We'll add Comet first. What's up with my music? It sucks right now. All right, so we're gonna add in the rest of Comet just because I'm going to be have to fixing the source. We've got issues, guys. I know there's issues, and I know things aren't gonna work right. We're gonna have to deal with. We don't have a flyout yet. I think we might start with a tab. Deal with other stuff later. We don't have anything proper for gestures for me to do the swipe thing. It's gonna be fun. There's lots missing. All right, so now we're just gonna go simple and add this. I think we'll just start with that. All right. We already have some stuff. Let's remove this one. We don't need that NuGet. We're going to add a reference, and we're going to add Comet. And then here, this project, our goal is to have next to nothing in it, and eventually I want to delete it. It's my end goal here, guys. End goal. Now we're going to do a couple things in Gmusic Comet, and hopefully we can figure We can do that into the template for the new Comet app, and we'll test it once we get going. And oh wait, right here, references. Let's add Comet iOS and Comet. Make sure we go to its packages, and we're going to remove this because we don't need that. Update that. Update that. I thought there's a new update. The newer Comet reload is a lot better, especially on the iOS side. It's a whole lot nicer. Let's use C#8 syntax now, which is pretty exciting. When, yeah, the old NuGet does not let you use C#8. Android still doesn't let you use C#8. I gotta fix that still. It's harder to fix. All right, so what we're gonna have in here, instead of this main page, we need to fix our template so it's not spaces. We can delete this guy. Don't need that. We will, sorry, I've gotta switch my music again. Just went to show tunes. All right. Joys of my kids, my music section being set up to our Google Home in the kitchen, and the kids play music, and so it thinks my tastes are very, very odd. All right, so let's do a new app. G Music app. Comet app. All right, I like it. I like it. Now, now we're going to put that back, and we are going to, for now, just say body equals new tab view. I think tab view, I don't even know this API. I don't even know if it works. So let's just start building some stuff. Let's see how this is gonna work. This is gonna be interesting. This is only the second real app I've built now with Comet. Add folder. New folder. Views. Actually, let's update our topic. Topic, let that go off and run. Let's add in some empty classes for now. New class, songs view. We're going to need add new class. We're going to do albums. So there's always the plural and singular for a lot of these things, but oh well. Albums, artists, views. Here's a long-standing forms lifecycle issue. Yeah, that sounds awesome to send over something that is a lifelong. If people are having lots of issues on it. Okay, I will definitely read through this because I want to make sure we have different issues than what Forms has. Artist's view. We can just start with artist, albums, and songs. The real question is, how live do I make this right away? Right now, we're just going to deal with stubbing this thing out. Let's also add a new class. Trying to think there's any others. We only have like 4 or 5 tabs anyway. If you do any more than 5 tabs, you're kind of screwed. Artist, albums. That's why eventually, oh, not playlists. It's just easier to recreate because then it does the file name. Okay, artist, albums. All right, like I said, we have this iOS head. Our goal is to eliminate that. I don't think we're going to do that today, but we'll get somewhere. Actually, I should do all my setup and start actually coding this. Why am I not hot reloading, guys? The whole point of Comet is I can do file new project, do this little bit of settings here. Comet app delegate. Um, let's base dot. All right, and then we don't need any of these. Why don't I have Comet reload? That's odd. It's right there. New G Music app. All right. Let's try building this. I don't know why that's complaining. And eventually, I'm going to ditch that whole comment.reload init anyway. So you won't even have to do this whole finish launching thing. Error. All right, we're going to remove manage packages, show pre-release because we won't find it if not. Oh, comment reload's not needed there. The type or namespace. Yeah, it could be a namespacing issue. I shouldn't have called this gmusic.comment. I think that has totally screwed me. Let's fix it. I used to do this all the time with .android. Yeah, I'm just calling it gmusic. The namespace? I don't want gmusic app and gmusic app, so who cares? Gmusic. It's a good namespace. Doesn't need the .comment. I just need to now change this one as well. We'll go namespace is just gmusic.comment. I mean gmusic.ios. Yeah, that works. Oh, my nose itches. All right. Now let's build. And eventually I'm going to have on one of my next to-do lists is to redo the reload plugin anyway. I'm going to write a communication library for pairing to make it so the reload is like rock solid and can't mess up. And when I do that, I'm probably going to inject that in anyway. I have ideas on how to do that. So the init won't have to ever exist. It'll just work. I'll get there. Kind of like the XAML hot reload does it now. Performs. Where you don't have to do that. So eventually that's going to go away. And then we won't even need this app delegate nonsense. Unless you want to customize things. All right, we have a tab. Let's go. Let me redo my windows so you can watch what goes on. That above my head. It's kind of fun. All right, now we're gonna scroll this over. Let's see how well hot reload is gonna work. Ah, this one's named views. Delete that. Add new class. This dot playlist view. Strong one. No. All right, getting somewhere. Settings. All right. I need to figure out how to augment the add new files to add in like a Comet file. All right, Gmusic app. New song view. Gmusic app may reload. I think. Is that how you do those? Uh-oh, reload's complaining. It's not liking something. Let me just stop and start it and see if that shows up. Reload might not work with apps. We have not taught it about the entire app yet. Although it should just work with the body thing. That's why I did that. Although we're not getting anything. Let's go look at the sample really quick for Comet. I don't know how there's a sample that shows tab. How do they do that? What? Dot tab text. All right, we are gonna redo this API. That was done. And tabs might not know how to reload themselves. What is null inside of our entire hot reload? Is just not working. It can't compile that. Main page is reloading. I wonder what's blowing up on our app stuff. Well, I might have to edit the... No, that reloaded. Let's stop and start this. Maybe we just haven't taught tabs at all how to redo itself. Or it could have been that body.body stuff I did. Hey, that has a test now. All right, let's try something. Add new class. This is all experimental. We added new classes. All right, and now if we go to here and we do new, and then we won't touch this Comet app. And then I'll have to fix hot reloading for this later, because... Alright. Root view. Is it just the tabs that don't know? Tabs don't know how to reload themselves. It could just be the implementation of tabs are just totally borked. Yeah, whatever this is dead. And why do we have that weird space? Of course, I picked a control that doesn't work. All right, well, let's fix hot reloading for tab control. This is why I brought the source in. And then maybe our app stuff does work. I need to look at iOS. Handlers. So it's never even going over to tab handler. Let's go to tab. Actually, let's go to the reload helper and see what's actually being reloaded. Hot reload helper. This comes in whenever we get a hot reload. It tells it to reload, trigger reload. These are all the views that are going to get reload. View is Gmusic app. Gmusic app is told to reload. Oh, nothing's ever listening to it. Nothing's ever telling... The app doesn't know how to reload. It's still our app. It's our app issue. Because remember our fix? Reset view. Let's override this reload. I've got, oh, this is tricky. Dang it. So this is where this screwed us up. Remember our iOS app delegate. We created this, and this we say use this view. So now app, nothing's listening to app. Hey, that looks better actually. Let's see if we can reload this. Then I need to go back to our sample and see why this works here and not there. All right, so we have root view. Reload, oh, reload just now got triggered. And it crashed. Why did it crash? What did it do? So maybe we do a check. If it's an app, it gets a special. Hmm. Our app concept has broken hot reload. This is the app being told to reload. Makes sense. The app was changed. This is the problem with the app being a view. We're using the app like a view and it's causing a ton of issues. Is not equal to null. Where parent for kicks. Oh wait. Oh no. That should be. I might not be able to do what I want to do. And parent. There's no is not, right? It doesn't let you do that. It'd be nice if you could. X is Comet app. Right, that just got ugly. Now let's see what views get called. Go there. Alright, I don't think tab knows how to reload itself. Because that called the root view to redo itself. Or it's because let's go look at iOS stuff. And it could be just the design of this tab thing. Alright, well we're gonna dig through hot reload. So let's go to Comet View Controller, actually. Comet View Controller. Alright, and then it puts Comet View. If this ever gets changed. Alright, it's going to call reload on just the root. So the reload. What the? All right, so we know that's getting called. View handler equals null on this? If it's not actually in use, it's not. Why wouldn't that have a view handler? I wonder if this goes to where I did the built view.built view. Man, this stuff is tricky, guys. Okay, those all fire. Let me remove that breakpoint. All right, setup happened. Okay, we've got a lot of breakpoints that are all getting hit like crazy. All right, that's ugly. We can fix ugly. Let's see if it reloads. Root view. All right, let's. This is killing me. It's this tab bar. It is 100% this tab bar. We'll fix it. What is this? How does root view not have a built view? Nor a view handler. I'm positive that body gets set to the built view at some point. Right here. Um, I don't think it's the registrar issue because we're getting a tab view. I think there's some crazy something. This is the app. So this is the app getting its built view. And this is the root view getting its built view, which is the tab view, right? Then the tab view is getting set up. All right. So now if I reload something, Let's go see really quick before we reload. Find all references of the built view. Okay, that's on dispose, so that's fine. I don't even know what that is. Alright, so we've got that. Is that even being used? Alright, so now let's go reload this thing, the root view. Reload's gonna trigger. And this view has a tab view. What is this? Root view. And this handler is null because it doesn't have one. But built view does. Okay. If it has a body that is used, it doesn't actually have a handler. I wonder how wrong it would be to go built. I don't know if I want to do that everywhere. That's the issue though. This doesn't actually have a handler because its child does. So there's some bad logic in here during this reload. This is wrong. So I wonder if just right here we do that. Um, dot handler. That could technically chain deep though. Because if we were to call this on app's me like, I don't have a view handler. The parent's going to be like, I don't have a view handler. And the view handler should not be set to this. It should be set to whatever view. One second. I'm going to AFK for 1 second. Be right back.
If I'm not back in 5 minutes, just wait longer.
All right. Actually, this is an optimization, this whole check the handler thing, right? What if we don't do that? This reload happens Let's do that. Can't hurt. Can't hurt. Oh, sorry. Left my door open. Closing that just for noise and kids. Back. All right. So the whole point of that checking if it's null is to see if it's on screen. So if it's not on screen, don't do something with it. But that might not be right. Okay, we're getting somewhere. It reloaded that tab. No, it didn't. All right, so where's this setup called? The diffing might also have issues with that. I was just never expecting a root view to not have a view handler. Maybe we need a view handler that's like, hey, I'm nothing, but you're on screen. All right, so let's look at the reload. The reload's going to do this whole diff thing. All right, so the old view, it's a tab view. And the current view, it's a tab view, which has children. So now when we call the diff on this, should do this one. And then at some point, it's like, yay, we're all the same. All right. That's updating the children. Second page. All right, tab view is updating tab view. Update from old view. So whenever this view handler is set, which it shouldn't be that, it's supposed to go through and do a fake remove, then set it, and then call set view. Let's just step into here. The old one is null. Let's step over. Wait, how's it getting? That first time it did replace, it screwed up. We're getting somewhere though, guys. This is the ugly bowels of how this crap works. All right. So now let's trigger a reload. And let's also go to view. We're doing the children. It's going to go do all the diffing for children. There's 3 children. First one. That's update old view. Now it's going to set its view handler. And the new value is null. How is the new value null? It has a view handler. When did it change? Replaced view. Oh no, I do that view. I wonder if that replaced view is doing it. Or something's changing that to null. That makes no sense. Oh wait, no, that one's not. Maybe it's just the debugger acting up. That one didn't. Okay, these are all continuing. Another text one. Are we to the tab yet? All right, we're to the tab. I didn't check it first. Let's go back in time. Does the tab handler not set itself as its... Is that the problem? I don't know how that's ever possible, though. You know, we're going to check every time this view handler's set. It's the only other thing I can think of. Okay, the app is given a handler. The app is given the handler? Why is the app getting it? It goes and gets the view. It's this change. All right, now let's see what this is. Tab view. It was my change. I'm like, hot reload has worked always. Till I had this stupid app thing. Alright. Oh, breathe. I can do this. Let's close everything. Too much crap open. Let's go to our app. And I'm going to have to really test these changes and go through our sample and make sure I haven't broken anything. Let's remove some breakpoints. I think we may have fixed it. Setup views got called, guys. I've broken everything, guys. App being a view screwed us. Just thinking. Alright, so there's two issues going on. One is if you write code public class my view, because I was lazy. 100% I was lazy. Flutter got away with it. I thought I could too. I probably can. By doing that, it gives you that same exact thing you're used to doing, where you do this. This is the real problem. All right, watch closely. So now we have body equals new view. Body equals I believe that's the real issue. I think if I was just take Comet as it is right now, let's just do something. Let's try it. I do this when I'm not saving anything. Let's go back to dev. I think this is going to blow up too. Same exact issue. And yes, I may ditch and make Comet not an app, but I still think I'm going to have the same issue. And I think I need to fix this. Anytime now. Oh, I need samples. Actually, oh, I put that in the wrong place. And this cut. You're supposed to be in samples. Paste. All right, so now let's go to our app delegate. Oops. Root view equals new nested views dot to view controller. Hey, thanks Chase Floral for the follow. I think this is the real issue. Let's see if this has that text. And then if I can reload it. That's the problem. Because this is the first time we've ever done that. So what it needs to do I think I know how to fix this. Famous last words. Let's fix it without all of our nonsense. All right, so what if we do this? Now in our all this thing, we do that. All right, actually, what's that? This is two things. All right. Now if we go to that iOS, and then I have to go back and check and make sure I didn't break everything else. No extensions, wrong one. Does get render view ever return itself? Yes, if body equals null, it returns itself. All right. I don't know if that should be it or if it should be built view. We'll start with built view. Let's see if this will display things. And then if we can reload it. Then we'll go back. Hey, it displays. Doesn't reload though. It's cleaner fixing this though on this branch than it is on the main branch. I mean on my app branch, because that thing got crazy. Actually, we can look at two places. Okay, virtual view value is nested views, okay? I wonder if it has issues with doing the transfer and the thing is still null. Nested views. Nothing ever gets called there. Something very bad's happening in the reload. Let's get it back to where we have it valid. This is slow to debug too. But either way, this should work even with regardless of app being a view. This should work. People can end up doing this nonsense. Hope they don't, but they will. It's gonna happen. All right, so reset view. Old view is comment.view. Oh. I just want to see what all that breaks. It breaks a lot. Did I add that get view there? Let's just try that. Just the gettings that are wrong. All right, so now let's go back and fix the typo. See if that fixes it. And then let's inspect our changes. Not much. That's app delegate this. These are the only things that changed. That, and then we're going to need to change the other platforms to do the same thing. Let's put a breakpoint back there now. I thought I was going to hit more than once. That worked!
60% of the time, it works every time.
All right. Let's go back and make sure we didn't screw up everything else. Um, yeah, the view class is the only place it's really bad. And there's even a mixture of where there's underscores and not underscores. Um, I know, this class needs refactored. It needs some code cleanup. Some of the reload stuff should probably be moved out into... This is a beast class. It's the only beast class we have. 600 lines of code. And some of the stuff is old and dead and not very good anyway. And so it's going to be killed anyway. Like, there's gesture stuff that doesn't work. Does that work? Alright, I just broke something. Let's go back to that iOS one. Ooh, sorry. Bouncing my green screen. I think most of the core, and especially around the platforms and the handlers, have pretty decent naming and conventions. But this view class is like the oldest class. It was one of the first ones I made. All right, that's working now. Let's click around. All right, that's working. Let's go back. Let's see what happens here. Let's see if it reloads. That's the right fix. All right. That was complicated. Mac's gonna have that same exact thing. Let's go fix it in. Is there not an extension thing on these ones? Oh, it's right there. Gotta like how the code's identical. Except for that, what it returns. Fun. Might be able to make that more generic, but. Alright, so we've got that. Oh, I need to go add that using Comet.internal to each of those. Alright. Let's just go throw that into the nested stuff. Goes app delegate. Why can't you go to that declaration? Go to implementation works. And let's just throw this in here. Wow, this thing has gotten so many extra things thrown in here. That one is called. I may order these things at some point. At least tell it to sort. This one was called nested. Hey, thanks for the follow, Deja Vu. Alright. That was a crappy one to fix, though. I'm really glad we fixed that. Was not going to comment on that one. The which one? Oh, the ordering of these? It's bad. I put the ones I'm working on at the top. It's useful. It's how we all work. All right. That was good. Now this works. Where did I even put nested? Make sure it works in this instance. Okay. Now that we've got that in there, there's lots to nitpick in my code. I admit I'm not perfect. I'm far from it. I like focusing on like how to do these ridiculously insane things, and then my code can look like spaghetti code or a mess. Hard to read. And then I've got tests around that stuff and it works, so it's hard to redo it. I'm finding very little bugs in the platform anymore. You guys notice as we're building these, most of it's not bugs. We're really only implementing new things. So it's hard to go back and touch that code, which I should, because yeah. All right, now that I have that, let's switch back to our other branch. And let's undo this. Our iOS extension, we're just going to disregard that. Our view changes, we're going to disregard that. we're going to leave all of this. Now repository, open in terminal, get stash. Update from dev. Get stash pop. Let's go to review, open here. We're going to accept, no, no. We don't even want all that. I thought we had, no, it's current change. Did I get that wrong? Because we don't want any of this. So that's current change. I want incoming change. That's better. All right. Normally the incoming is the merging, not my stash. My stash was the incoming. That's why I was totally confused on that. All right, so now let's go switch. And our app might actually work now. Maybe. Or maybe we don't need all that stuff restricting saying apps can't reload. Because apps can reload now. Let's check. Gmusic comment. Time is it? I'm probably going to have to end soon. Let's see if we've got this working. And if it's working, I might end. It's Friday night, guys. All right. It's 1:30. Oh, sorry to keep you up so late. It is 3:30 my time. Fun being on the other side of the world. All right. Let's start simple. And let's start with root page. We don't want test 1, 2. It's just test 1. Yes! It worked! All right. That's awesome. Let's do something. Happy reload helper. I don't think we need that anymore. So let's commit everything but that. We're going to do that. Let's stop because it can't hot reload everything we're doing. It's going to confuse itself. Let's now get stash so we have that to bring it back in case it is needed. Undo that because I'm not doing a commit call to init. Stupid. Let's run this. All right. Now our app, let's go to that didn't work. I'm going to need to make that work. You should be able to swap out everything. Yes, I was close, but not there. All right. So the problem is I might need to make app not a view, and then it'll work. All right. Now, since app can't reload, this changes here aren't going to happen. So, do I focus on actually stubbing out my app like we were planning on, or do I fix app reloading? But this is hot. This is hot. I really like this. So, songs. I don't like this API. We're going to have to fix this. But this is nice. All right. So, what I want to do this is where it shows how awesome this can get. So if we do a new class, let's do an interface first. All right, database, iDatabase. And we're going to say, we don't have any models. Or add new folder. So we're going to go steal some from GMusic, whatever the latest is. GMusic, models, album. We're going to need some of this stuff. Artist, artwork, base, genre. I don't know if we need item, but we're going to grab it anyway. Media type, I think we need that too. Playlist, playlist song, playlist type. Wait, why are there? See, wow. There's a lot of things to do a song. You know, what if we just bring all of this over? Oh, I can't do that. What's the worst that's going to happen? Now, it can't hot reload that. Actually, it could. If I was to go through and open every single one of those individually, it would have worked. But, oh, I don't have SQLite yet. Oh, this uses the whole database thing to look things up. That's not what I wanted to show off. Let's comment all that stuff out for right now. Dang it, and localization stuff. Curse this. Curse it! Why do I have to do things? Alright, that did not work. We're gonna go simple for now. I just want to show, let's remove all of that. Delete. You're not gonna ask me for everything, are you? Alright, fine. Better. Alright, so we're gonna do this instead. Anyone else see that? Alright. Now let's go into models and say add new class. We're just gonna do song. So we have a song. Actually, Comet in samples has this. We're just gonna go copy code. Didn't I do? Oh, I hard coded one of these. No, it has a song. Where's song from? It's in here somewhere. All right, that's perfect. Let's bring in Comet. All right, that's got what we need. All right, so we're gonna do an iDatabase. We're gonna do public. All right, so we'll do public. Oh no, we don't need to go to public. So list song get songs. All right, so we're gonna do this. And actually, I could have been debugging this whole time. We have hot reload. We have fancy hot reload. So now we're gonna add a new class, and we're gonna call this our database class. All right. Let's see how powerful this thing is. Public static. Now, this is only needed for hot reload. Oops, public static void init. This thing is going to subclass our I database. New list of songs, and we're just going to leave it empty right now. All right, now here, it's going to go view dot set global environment database. All right, this should work. I've never tested this live, especially with people watching, but hey, why not? Now we can go to songs. All right, and we can do read-only database. No, read-only. Do I make this a state? I can't remember. All right, and we'd call this environment. All right. Now from here, let's say body equals new list view. All right. Let's change this up a tad. And we're going to say song. And I think I can pass in a list to that. Yes. Database dot get songs. Don't crash. Don't crash. Oh, it crashed. Why did it crash? Sorry, I got really loud when I yelled at that. Object is null. That should have worked. Right, casing. Casing, guys. Let's do this just in case. That may still blow up. I don't know if that handles us passing in a null list. All right, that works. Okay. Now get songs. Casing. Casing matters. Let's see. All right, now let's go to our song view. View for We're just gonna for now just say new text song dot title. What? That should have worked! Because when we set this, that reload's supposed to call on it. Hey, why is that? Oh. Why is it not like that? Object not set. That should have worked. What happens is, whenever we set this environment, it should say, hey, I got a new database. Oh, wait, and I did this as iDatabase, right? On songs. That still has nothing. Well, that is interesting. Oh, because nothing actually set that. That's because we didn't set it in the base. So inside of here, view dot we'll say let's do this right. All right, so now this gets a database, right? Now our list view should show something. Since apps can't reload, no point in trying to do that in hot reload. Database is still null? Let's see why database is still null. Why'd that not run? Run! Debug this crazy stuff. All right. So this should say, hey, what? Oh, that's at the app. Okay, that does not. We are on, what is this? Tab view. Song view should. All right. So then it says, hey, we have one. We're looking for something called database. So it adds it to the global saying, hey, we care about this. Let us know if this changes. All right, perfect. Why didn't... Oh, I was doing it at the wrong time. Whoa, 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 what is going on here? We've got some infinite loop nonsense going on. This is the breakpoint I wanted. It used to let you separate those out. Actually. All right, so if we do this, we should be able to put a breakpoint here. But it was doing something, so it was just doing label, 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 label. But I wonder why this kept getting called. All right, so this is going to go through and try and find it. So that gets added twice. That's interesting. All right, so it found the value called database. Now it's calling, creating a new song. Why can't I get a breakpoint there? Pause somewhere. How are we in some infinite loop like this? What is diffing? Overlay. Value. Alignment. Why are we in a diff loop? Why are we... That makes no sense. Let's remove our database stuff just in case that's causing it. I've never seen this issue. Oops, didn't mean to do that. All right, let's see if that triggers this infinite loop. See you later, Rogi. Thanks for hanging out. It's fun. We have made progress, though. Regardless of what... The database! All right, so let's go back to... I knew I was trying something I've never done before, but I've used this other ways, just never in this context. So new, but it should still work. All right, go. That's global. It's the moment we use that, it's freaking out. There's a reset in here. It's weird that it's in a loop. But it's not Stack Overflowing. Why, hello, Mots. Thanks for the raid. Bringing a whole crew over here. Maybe we'll switch and stop fighting this bug I'm fighting and keep playing with the stuff I'm playing with. So I am working on a prototype called Comet, just so you guys know what I'm working on. It is a new style of building apps. It's really fun. And let me really quick fix this thing. Debugging the framework. Off. Have fun with your podcast, James. All right, we're going to comment this out for now. So what we're going to do is we will follow the old style. This will still work, I think. All right. So we're building an app called Gmusic. We're just playing with building a music app. And it's using Comet, which I, yes, just put a link into chat. Hey, Ancient Coder, thanks for the follow. All right, let me remove some breakpoints. So what's cool about this framework is, ignore the framework code. This is my app code. I have a new app, which is setting a root view. And then the root view says, hey, I've got a tab view with some songs, albums, and artists. And you'll notice this is C#. I can go to my songs view, and I'm saying, hey, there's a new songs view, right? Well, just for test data, we have our test song, and then let's just do, we're going to, right now we're saying, hey, it's a label. Instead of a label, let's say, hey, Age Monkey, thanks for the follow. We'll say new V stack. So we're going to say we're going to do a vertical stack. Actually, we're going to do a new horizontal stack first. Let me remove some breakpoints. We were debugging another issue. Songs view. All right, so we're going to say first it's a new H stack. And this H stack is going to first have a new image and song dot album artwork, comma. So that's going to throw an image in there. And then inside of here, we'll say new text. And this text, we're going to say song dot title. And now that should pop up, right? We're going to go, and I could keep writing that out, but I already wrote this along with some code. So for now, we're just going to say, hey, look, this has some sample data. And we're just going to, I'm going to copy songs, put songs right here. And, oh, I didn't have the app. You'll notice it's hot reloading if I can actually copy and paste properly. It's hot reloading stuff, and I haven't done crap. It's awesome. All right, let's now go and grab out this view 4 because I have a nice fancy view that I've already built when I was building this originally. Let's clean up that code. Oh, bring my thing back. I have not stopped. I have not started. I haven't done anything with debugging. I've just coded, and voila. We now have songs. Now that's cool. Now, however, I don't want it like this. I want this in a new navigation. Oops, that needs to be like this. I don't know if that'll hot reload. It's freaking out over that. I've never tried that. It should have. Nope, it does not like that. All right, can't insert a navigation into the root at runtime. A lot of things insert, but it turns out that does not. All right, that's working though. But I should now be able to do dot title. There, that worked. Super awesome. That's weird. It won't let me do the hot restart, but this is C sharp, which is really exciting. This is not actually hot restart. This is hot reloading. Hot restart, you stop and start. Yeah, that broke. No, that worked. It hot reloaded that time. Well, that's cool. I wonder what I had wrong. It did work. And that added the title back. Dot text or title. Maybe it's because I was on the page. I think that's the difference. I was probably on that page. All right, so let's do one more here. New navigation view. And this is a new experimental framework, so there are bugs, and I am fixing bugs as I go. Artists. So no XAML, it is declarative. Yes, it's all C# code UI, which makes it fun and different. And so, yeah, my spelling's horrible too. So we find spelling mistakes in this code base all the time because of me. So absolutely, go check out Comet. I did link it once. I'll link it again. And there's a Discord, we hang out, you can play with it, send pull requests, see what's going on. But yes, all right, so now we've got songs. I had an infinite loop I was trying to fix. I don't know why we were causing it. That's what I was looking at. Something in the framework was freaking out. But it's really nice for this prototyping phase, especially when I haven't stopped, I haven't started. I can just keep going. And I just want to see in our output if, why is that? I rewrote this hot reload extension a while ago, or this stuff, and it's not liking something. Yeah, if you're a C# guy, this should be right up your alley. I just want to start and stop and see if this thing... I wonder if there's something... Maybe it's having issues hot reloading things that are not views. With my new, when I change things, I think that's the issue. It can't reload things that are not views now. I have a bug in hot reload. That's reloading. Oh, that's fixable. I can do that. I can fix that then. It's trying to see... All right, I know what to do. I'll fix that. I'll fix that later. That's just a bug in the hot reload extension. That explains a lot. We can fix that. All right, so now albums view, body equals new list view, and we can do this as new list of album. Oh, I didn't create an album class yet. I only created songs. That makes sense. All right. Either way, I've got it to where it's now letting me do some of this initial setup, which was really exciting to get to that point. We can throw our settings screen in there. Let's do that. Go to the root page. New navigation view, new album, or no, settings, and title, tab text. And you'll notice this is even reloading with, no, the hot reload got off again. Seeing the exceptions. Same exact exception as before. I'm gonna have to debug the extension. I'm not ready to extend it to do that right now. But I know what I'm doing on Monday. Digging into the hot reload extension. Really interesting. All right. But the cool thing is, like on this songs list view, this stuff is all data bound. So if I was to go in, you'll notice I did not specify data binding whatsoever. I did new text and I said song.title. If any of these values change, these will auto update without me having to do anything. And I spelled settings wrong. As an S. All right, and that's reloading. So let's go into the settings view. This one we are going to say it's a view and there's also another syntax. Body, view, body. And we're going to say this thing returns a new scroll view. And inside it has a new H stack, a vertical stack. And inside that vertical stack, we're going to do a new H stack, which will have new text. Yeah, it should be erroring right now because there's code syntax errors. That I agree with. This one is going to be, all right. I'm trying to remember even what our settings options are in the old app. Eventually we will turn this into a flyout, but that doesn't exist. So let's just say we have our log, let's just do enable like on lock screen. First we'll say new text and we'll say playback and let's give it style as heading 1. Heading 1 is way too big. Styles like heading 3. Maybe like a 5. That's looking better. All right. So we'll say, what's our options there? Just going to put this here so I can switch between them. Enable like on login screen. So yeah, so if any of the objects that implement an interface or use a specific base class automatically just data binds everything for you without you even having to think about it. So pretty awesome. It's using iNotify property changed and a new one for Comet called iNotify property read. So that way I know what was actually used. All right, so enable like on home screen. Like if we look at that song class or the song, eventually I'm going to clean this up so you don't have to do all this get set. You'll just subclass this, put a bunch of things with the get sets, and we'll do like Fadi does with code generation. So all you'd have to do is say public string foo get set eventually, and then you'd have an ignore as well. So if you didn't want it to generate that stuff, but yeah, why would you ignore? You could, I don't know. But eventually I'll get to that point. I'm just not there yet. On home screen, and then we'll do new. I want to use my Skia one. I haven't added any. Oh, I didn't add any of the Skia stuff on. Toggle, and we can say right here, read only state t. So you also have these generic type things. So we'll say Boolean, and we'll say enable or is enabled. We're just going to call it that right now. And then all we have to do is say is enabled equals false. We'll set the default to false, or we could set it to true. Actually, let's set it to true. And now in this toggle, we'll say is enabled. Yay! All right. Now on this one, I can say, is it under frame? Is that where the alignment is? Alignment, alignment dot leading, or no, is it leading? I think that's right. No, that's not the right. I'm trying to remember that API. I did not write that stuff, and so I can't remember it. Frame. Dot trailing. No, that didn't work. I have to ask John. I can't remember that syntax. There's a way to do that. I just don't remember what it is. But what's cool about this is, like I was saying, everything is automatic. I didn't have to really do anything to data bind. If I do a new H stack and put a comma in there, that would help. New toggle, I can again just say is enabled. Now when I toggle one, they both toggle, which is just fun. No code. And if I could have done this to a data object on like my thing. I don't state is just there to help you wrap generic types. Like a Boolean. How do you know do I notify property changed on a Boolean? You can't. So I give you state. Make it nice and easy for you. And state does have value, so you could manually handle this yourself. All right. That scrolls. How do I make it? Can't remember. On a scroll view orientation, vertical. Right, so then why is it allowing horizontal? Maybe I haven't told it not to allow that yet. All right, so on this, we've got that first one, playback, enable this. Then I can do all the little text below it explaining what it is. I need to get those to split. I have a sample of that. I'm trying to remember where we did that. Samples. Is there a horizontal stack sample? There's a vertical stack one. And the vertical stack doesn't have any, oh, the fill. I wonder if that has anything to do with that. Let's do, this might do it. Fill horizontal. No. I was like, make this text big. There's something like that. I don't remember what it is. I don't remember. Actually, let's change that as like a 4. Make it a tad bit bigger. It's a little big, but it works. It's close. And I didn't do any of the font stuff yet. All right, I am going to add in, stop it really quick. Let's add in a couple more of the Comet projects. This is on NuGet, but the NuGet's a tad bit out of date, and since I'm fixing source, I want the source code. All right, we're gonna add in Skia. And then we're going to add in the Skia iOS. Skia iOS. Comet.ios. Skia iOS. All right, so now at this point, we can go to our app delegate and we're just going to enable iOS dot, no, sorry, Skia. Oh, I didn't add references. Right. Projects. Okay. Add, not dependencies. Add references to comment.skia. Now I can do Skia Come on. Dot .net. I probably just need to change it just to like skia.net, but name spacing. All right, so now that we have that, let's run this again. I have a couple different options I can do. I can actually start opting into skia controls, and there is an option if I was to in my app delegate to like skia controls .init, it would replace every control with skia controls. But now I can do one of these toggles. Wait, what's my build error? Oh, I didn't add skia. If I did this via NuGet, it makes you add skia. Is it skia.views? Let's add that in. Adding skia sharp. Via NuGet, like I said, it fixes all that for you. Let's update our Xamarin Essentials. How can we use old, out-of-date Xamarin Essentials? Who does that? Going, I don't want to read the README. Yep, accept that. You think it'd be smart, and since I did it on 2 projects, and I just accepted one, maybe I changed my mind in the last 30 seconds. It could happen. It could happen. All right. Run, little Comet, run. All right, so now that we have that on our settings view, if we don't want those big bulky ones, and yes, I know this is iOS, but you know, sometimes you don't want those big ones. I can do sk, and that's under comet.skia, and I get a new one. I like this one because I drew it myself. But yes, now we have a skia control. So fun. So fun. Might be a little small on iOS. I might need to bump the size on it. I haven't ran it on my phone. I ran it on Android phones, but I didn't run it on my iPhone. Should do that. All right, so our settings screen. Some point at Comet, I need to create a flyout because that does not exist yet. I think I know the API I want to do for it, especially if we do an with a navigation like that. But the cool thing about this is, now that we've got our own custom drawn one, we can actually just like change the color. Didn't I? Oh, I didn't do it. I only did it for sliders. Right, if we have a slider in here. New SK slider. Add a comma. Oh, because that's in an H stack. If that goes into the vertical stack, it'll be nice and big. Because in an H stack. Oops, I did the wrong one. La la la. All right. Now on this one I can do set. No, it's not set. It is track color. Color dot pink or purple. I just love doing that. Dot progress color. Color dot fuchsia. Because of course, why wouldn't you want a pink and fuchsia and purple slider? But I can easily start styling these things, or I can just design my own style, which we're going to need a GUI music style for this. I just haven't done it for the toggles yet. I need to. I'll get there. Toggles aren't style aware yet. And also though, let's just say with that style, if I don't like the way we're drawing that slider or any of that, I can override the drawing and draw it myself anyway. So really easy without doing any subclassing. I could just be like override crap. So yeah, all right, let's go back to building this out some. So we're going to build a few of these things. And we're also going to do a subtitle one in between, which is that description, new text dot style as subtitle. And I can copy and paste this code. I have it. That is, when this is enabled, I'm just going to say that. Dun, dun, dun. Perfect. And we'll make that like with the gray subtitle stuff. We can change, do I have color set for subtitle stuff? No, sorry, no, inside of styles. I don't think I set colors. Hey, Don't Play, welcome from Brazil. Thanks for the follow as well, Don't Plays. All right, no, I don't set color for any of these. I probably, no, I don't want to set colors. Colors need to come elsewhere. So, a couple things we can do is we can create our own gmusic style in this thing while we're at it. Let's do add new class gmusic style. All right, it is going to subclass style. And then here, we're going to say subtitle one dot color equals. Now this color, you'll notice, is the style aware color, which means it knows based on state. So if like you're touching it, it'll have a different color, or you can just say the default color is color dot gray. I can spell gray. Thought it could do that. That's how I set these up. Yeah, new style. Stylize that. Why it does the font that way. Why is it not liking my... Let's build. See if it's happy, if it's just... Oh, console color. Not console color. Comet colors. Honestly. I knew there was a light gray. Alright, that's better. So now I can go to my app delegate and, or my main app. We'll just do it in the app, right? So public void, or no, public, and this can't hot reload yet. Wait, main page. Oh, this main page is dead. That's from the template. Delete. I want to go to the gmusic app. And right here, we'll do new gmusic style dot apply. Hey, thanks for the follow, Bolt. All right, now I'm gonna have to stop and start this. That isn't gonna hot reload. If I was to actually do that in a different place, it would have. But right there, that's not gonna happen. The app can't be reloaded. I need to build that. I just built the Comet app concept today. And so the app itself, like reloading the whole app, doesn't work. Hey, check it out though. But now that color changed. Super exciting. And I thought I taught styles how to reload. Only one way to find out, guys. Only one way to find out. Nope. Ah, it's that same hot reload bug we ran into earlier. And we just need to go with gray. Light gray is too light anyway. Curse that thing. I'm going to fix that hot reload bug very soon because it is driving me nuts. Maybe Monday or over the weekend if I can't wait till Monday. All right, either way, that's looking good. All right. Default padding. I can't remember in settings. Let's go to settings. Where is settings? Thought we added margin. Can't remember. dot margin 5. All right, and we can do this. We don't want everything inset. New thickness. We will do horizontal size is 5, 0. Actually, let's do 6. All right, there we go. That's looking better. So now we have some default padding, and we don't have to do anything. Does it for everything. I like it. I like it a lot. We're getting somewhere. All right, so we're building out that setting screen. I don't have any of these icons in here yet. Don't know if I'm ready for that. So playback, we have that. Then we can do enable gap. I don't know why I'm doing all this with this text, because I have a library that has all of my translations in it. This is C#. I'm programming in C#, and I'm using a new UI toolkit that I'm building. And so I'm building a sample app to prove out my UI framework. And the UI framework is called Comet. So it's C# with fancy hot reload, which is really fun. And a new way of building apps, like a new declarative style. All right. Getting somewhere. Dun 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 dun. I really like those toggles. And even though this one's using the Skia style, it still worked. And the best thing is the animation framework. I love my animation framework. It was hard work. Let's do, just for fun, let's do, actually, we can do, so when we toggle this thing, we're going to throw a little party for the person, because why not? So we will say, oh, I don't have it, or this text isn't saved out. So text, label, we are going to say, just so I have access to it for animation purposes, I can do label.animate. So whenever you toggle this thing, if toggled animate. Now we can do a really simple animation to where we just say we're going to change the text color. So label dot color dot fuchsia. So now when we toggle this, why did that go? Oh, X. You do it based on what you're doing. Is it text color? No, it's just color. It uses color. Does toggle not trigger that? Maybe I'm wrong on that triggering. Let's do a button really quick. Again, that could be a bug with my Skia stuff because the Skia control's new. So let's do it not as a Skia. Let's try a regular one. Maybe it'll toggle then. It did. So it's my Skia control that I built. All right, so that quickly animated, but we want to do it fancier than that. So if toggled, else label dot remove animations, and then we'll do label dot color dot black. Let's reset it, right? All right, so let's do something even crazier. Let's do begin animation sequence. And here we will do dot animate. And we're going to say first, we're going to go to fuchsia. And the duration this time is going to be like 1 second. And then we're going to do dot animate. Nice! How'd it go? The default template stuff is if you did it from the source control, it's way more advanced and better. Definitely don't use the nougats right now. Or like the wiki has it getting started with the nougats, it's a little bit behind. And these things run everywhere. Like, not the other, all the platforms aren't perfect, but you know. All right, so now we can say x dot color is color dot green. And again, we're going to do a nice slow animation. Duration is 1 second. And then one thing that's really cool about these things is when you begin these sequences, any of them, you can set something to repeat. So it'll just go in an infinite loop, which is awesome. All right, and then so after green, yeah, you followed the wiki, it's okay. Repeats. It's easier just to clone and just run it, being completely honest with you. That should not go there. No, that should. Oh, this needs a semicolon. This needs a comma. Durations, and then dot end animation sequence. All right, let's see if this works. What? Oh, wait, it's really slow. That's going. Maybe the reload didn't happen yet, so turn it off. Animation stops. Turn it on. We enabled party mode! So VS Code, you need to install my extension or it's not going to work. Yeah, we just enabled. Animations are that easy to do, just like a sequence. Hey, it's just going to keep doing this over and over and over again until you tell it to stop, which is just fun. Really like that. All right, and so you don't even have to do as the animation sequence. You can just do the single just dot animate, which, yeah, I'm actually going to have to end in a few minutes anyway. I'm on an hour longer than I was planning on it, but I was having fun. It's hard not to just keep going when you're having fun. So I'm probably going to go soon too. All right. So there's a couple more things that I need to fix with Comet as far as this. We can do, let's do an album screen really quick. Let's add an album model. Remove, delete. Let's do an album, new class. And notice I have not stopped debugging. I am doing album. I am going to make this a binding object. No, we're gonna have the same hot reload bug we had already that I need to go fix. It can't reload anything if it's not a view. Curse this stupid thing. It's supposed to work. If we were to go to an older version, like the previous version of the reload, I think it would work. So if we go to like version 9, it should work. Let's do it. Let's stop. I'm gonna go to version 9. Version 9 doesn't have C#8, but better reloading is better reloading. Reload. 9. And I'm gonna fix this soon because this is not cool. Not cool at all. All right, we're on 9. Didn't I update that? Okay, it's just bad UI. All right, so now that we have that, let's start debugging again and see if I can reload. All right, so now public string name. Same error. Build clean. Maybe the bin object still has the old one. Gmusic, no Comet, Gmusic, iOS. I'm just gonna delete these two, just in case it has the old one. If not, time for me to refix the hot reload stuff. I can do that. I can do that for sure. All right. Yeah, and if Comet's something you guys are interested in, I have a Discord server. I work on this almost every day right now. Follow along, join, help out, send a pull request. Today the stream started out not with me building a sample, but with me designing the APIs of how this thing is going to look. So it's a great time for you guys to jump in and help decide what this thing's going to look like, which is really fun. All right, now that I clean those, let's see if that runs. And oh, just heard a Discord thing. Someone just joined Discord. Why, hello. Xamarin joined. That's really funny. Who's Xamarin on Discord? That's really funny. I did not mean to cancel the build. And yes, I pay attention to the Discord stuff. I'm on there a lot paying attention. Just checking, since I'm going to end soon, trying to see if there's anyone else I know who is streaming and building something cool. If you guys have an idea of someone we should raid next. If not, I can pick. Looking for who's coding right now and building fun stuff. Oh, I have a build error. That's why it's not running. Really? Let's close the solution. Let's reopen it so it is still using the old one. Opening it again should cause it to download the new NuGet. I know a few live coders, but they're not coding. They're off playing games right now. It's Friday night. What do I expect? Dun dun dun. Someone I know has to be. Anyone else have another live streamer or live coder they like to watch that we can go check out? Let's check out Codephobia. He's coding. He's doing some auto scaling stuff. All right, let's try building this time. Now that it restored the proper NuGet package. Hopefully my hot reload works again. If so, this should be easy to fix. Because it used to work. Used to. All right, so where were we? I was trying to hot reload album. The other one is a lot more verbose and actually shows the code it's trying to compile, which I had for debug purposes. Did it still get an error? No, that one, no, yep, it is. Same exact error. All right, I've had that error for a while then, I guess. Fixable. Everything's fixable. All right. Well, I'm going to fix this later. Thanks you guys for hanging out. I think I've been streaming for 4.5 hours now, guys. Hopefully you guys hang out, play with Comet, follow the repo, give input. Help me know what to build and how to build it. Thanks you guys for hanging out. I'm going to end there. Thanks. See you guys later. I'll be back Monday.